Hello and welcome back to the place Laysara, Summit Kingdom. We finished the painful puzzle map. G'day, Sergeant Cookie. And now we are taking on what seems to be the final map. We should get to work. Why are you in such a hurry? He has a hunch, and I think the hunch is that the lady is coming back. Let's start buying food from the colony. Get 600 citizens bread. We really need to get up to this gold mining. This wants me to push all of this down slightly. But I don't have the spare eggs. I could push the eggs to here, but then I don't have the yaks. I think it was explained at the very start, but I honestly forget, Sergeant Cookie. I'm pretty sure it was mentioned at the very start. Yeah, we've got precious little space left. We are basically already using... Well, we're not using the grain from this yet. You might be able to rearrange that to fit the grain in. Or collecting the grain. Gosh, I am sneezy this morning. I do have a little space here to work with. And we could tech up using our magic tech up button. That would get us 5. Which would let me replace this with ice collectors. I feel like these maybe should be our next goal, but I need artisans. I don't need more monks. Let's look at what we can trade for now. So we can buy Sampa, ornaments, rock crystal, and butter tea. The commoners super want Sampa. You barely want it. And the monks also barely want it, but I meant to give it to 600 people. I kind of feel like I want to move my haymaking to over there. I really don't see where you fit your yaks on this one. There's a little space here. We can currently fit a little bit of gold minting back there, but we don't have the yaks for it. Why isn't fish available? There was a whole level about getting lots of fish. I don't need more lowlanders. As much as I'm tempted to do more here, we really need the artisans first. Artisans and yaks. So they say, give us a mandala or incense. Yeah, incense and decorations would actually go a long way. Incense decorations move these ones over here where they're in range of the water. We have got the incense. We stopped using it because it cost a lot of resources to move around. But we can get that incense to here. That seems like a reasonable first thing. Okay, now you are the problem. We could move you to here, or actually there is probably slightly better. Yeah, that creates the best overlap between all of these. Really did think that would let that get to here. Well, I guess back to crappy road for you. Nice road between you and here. Really? The food doesn't get there? That's sad. I need one more square. So... there. Alright, that's pretty good. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that don't get covered. But if we upgrade the rest, those 6 can die. So... decorations and an incense burner. Looks like we might need 2. Like 1 there and 1 there. There is a good starting point. Okay. And now if we gave them a decoration, so... move the Mr. Plows over to there for the moment. They would also love a Yak Guardian. And if we just went up one, we could do Yak Guardian. But that's also more Yaks that we don't have. So the Shrine for the moment, maybe Yak Guardian later. There looks pretty bloody good. Okay, then the game says this is no longer efficient enough. You aren't making enough sacred ice. Are we legally obligated to export all our sacred ice? Doesn't appear so. So let's turn that back on. Now we have extra cheese by a lot, and a modest amount of spare textile. Though we need a little bit more egg. Okay, where can we place another one of you? It looks like about here. There looks actually really good. Okay, what don't you have? You don't have access to the shrine. Which makes me all the more tempted to do the Yak Guardian thing. Which makes me all the more tempted to move this to over here. Let's let some time pass and money go up. And make use of those new artisans. So like this should become make more ice. Trouble is, how do we get you road? But we were going to start using Bell as well. Now, does Bell have to be positioned on the same squares as you? Yeah, there we go. Then we don't need the wall anymore. How close can you be before you stop being useful? Oh, I really do feel like it has to be there. And that means we need to move the resulting ice. We could technically fit these here, and then that could maybe move. We have 10 spare cheese. Many spare egg. Many spare honey. I think we are okay with trying to bump this right up for more artisans and more tax. The missing yaks are getting hideously expensive. In theory, we could make more ultra-efficient ice. But that would need a whole bunch more space. Don't need that much space. Just you. And some of our already existing surplus incense. In fact, we could move the incense to this ice location and make it here. Heyo! How goes it? Yeah, we go okay. Yesterday's level was a bit... This one is proving a little bit the same in that it's so space constrained. But we'll see. The extra yaks from these three things are currently crippling us. I cannot make that many more yaks there. I really do think that has to move over here. Even though I don't want it to. In good news, we have a sudden increase in artisans, so I can afford to move more other resources around. It's a space puzzle game it depends on the level, Pro Grumbler. There are levels where you have pretty much, not like infinite space, but plenty of space and it shouldn't be too hard. And then there are levels like this, or the previous one, where the space is so stupidly constrained that it gets really tedious. You just rearrange your own existing stuff again and again and again and again to find exactly the right Tetris arrangement to fit everything. You don't care about textiles. The rest of the textiles could go to the monks. I don't know that 12 on you is justifiable. Yeah. So, monk friends. If you got textiles, or even if you just had decorations, you would do a whole lot more. You don't care about cheese. Would I recommend... It's an anno. It's sort of anno-like, Pro Grumbler. So if you enjoy annos, you will probably enjoy this, would be what I would say. Compared to Caesar, there's no walker mechanic. It's a little bit similar in terms of, like... You could say the walkers are a little bit like the area of effect that these have transitioning along roads. Just it's in every direction, not in some directions that the walkers decide to go. It's very pretty and thematic. They do a good job of making the, like, campaign story... Like, the characters in the campaign story sort of have nice banter with each other-ish. Between the campaign and the puzzle levels and the scenario levels, there's a goodly amount of content, unlike a large number of games lately that have been releasing with fairly bare-bones, minimal campaigns. I can say it's quite good in that aspect. The thing that I dislike is the ice altar mechanic, is probably my biggest gripe. I don't really like the ice altars. They're poorly implemented in terms of... They result in puzzle maps where space is ultra-limited and you must use these in the correct locations to generate the minimum amount of resources that otherwise you can't, because they can enhance resource extraction beyond what's otherwise possible. Like, this gold vein would produce 4 gold, but if it's next to one of these it produces 6. And there are a number of levels, both the puzzle levels and in the campaign here, where it says, like, produce more than the total output of the resources on the map is, which forces you to use those ice altars. But you only get the ice altars late in the tech tree, and you have to redo the tech tree at each level. And that can mean that you need to erase large chunks of what you've done in order to suddenly fit the efficiency increasing ice altar late in your run to get things to work, to be able to achieve the level goal. And I don't really like that as a thing. I don't like being told, oh, you're near the end now? Delete almost everything that you've done in an area to fit in one building to remake everything in that area more efficient. Also, it can lead to negative feedback loops. If you have the ice altars enhancing the efficiency of gathering the ice so that you can run more ice altars, like in a positive feedback loop, so you use the ice to make the sacred ice is increasing the efficiency with which you get more basic ice to make more ultra ice. If at any stage the start of that feedback loop collapses, then everything can explode in terms of that feedback loop. So yeah, I really do not think that the ice altar mechanic is... It's not well implemented in terms of when it comes in, it makes you rearrange large sections of your city towards the end of a map, and it has a negative feedback loop aspect that I find annoying and just bad. I think the game would be a lot better without the ice altar mechanic in it. I would enjoy it a lot more without it. Oh, rant over, hopefully. So, we were looking at leveling up these guys. They say 1 food for the next level. For the current people that are level 1 that could be level 2, Gong alone would do it. So would Praying Place in a lot of situations. Praying Place is pretty easy. And I have a fair few single tile locations that we can use. There is a single tile gap there, and that does... Sure. Okay. Now we have goodly numbers of every single kind of person except Yak. That really screams to me that I should move my yak production here. As much as I don't want to. For the moment, maybe we allow both yak productions. We'll see how efficient we can get this yak production. Honestly, hay would almost be a better import than the food. Yeah, I need both. I need both yak productions. But now we have no shortfall of any kind of person and money flowing in. There's 0 surplus of basic ice, and this ice is closer than this ice. So I should move this ice here. If only so that you could stop sending. Yeah, there we go. We optimize a couple of extra artisans back. Whew. And now that we have yaks, we could run some gold mining. And then with the gold mining, we can probably afford to import the wheat. We also already have the incense making set up, so perhaps we jump right now to the sacred, not sacred yak, to the yak perfumery ones. These. That would do 72. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. It's about the same as that, but doesn't need anywhere near as much hay production. One of these could run 3 of these. Yeah, we could have 3 yak utopias here. let's look at doing that. So, one of you needs some incense. But incense means we need to tech up and give these guys their yak utopias to replace the shrines. So tech up. See if that causes everything to explode. No, it doesn't. Good. That means we can have the Sacred Yaks. The Sacred Yak is better than the Shrine here, because it doesn't use a resource that we have to build. It just uses static Yak. Sacred Yak will not go far enough, you say? Sacred Yak actually looks kind of good there. Let's give to here with nice road. More egg, you say? Can do. Nice road to here as well. Medium road the last length. That gets the Sacred Yak basically everywhere. I can probably afford to turn off the shrine then. Pretty much. If we fancy roaded all the way to the Sacred Yak. How's it going? It's going alright, Decoy. Nice road to there. Mediumly nice road. Mediumly nice road there. I really thought that would get that to there. Most of the campaign is about right. As with when they first introduce it, I really don't like the sacred ice thing. I think it's a bad mechanic. I just went on a rant about 5 minutes ago, and I don't want to repeat my rant. So, the lazy way is... we go here. We go here. And then we go... cut and paste that. Large chunks of your existing cities. It cut off because it was too long. So there's part 2. There's part 2 of my rant, which is on my my Steam review feedback thingamajiggy. And that way I don't need to be a grumpy pants here and now. We can be happy people. Okay. That means your space isn't needed anymore. I'd rather you be population. Why aren't you happy? I love that Taxman touches everyone except you. And that's without even having upgraded the road to the Taxman. This could become where the Sacred Yak is instead. And these ones are unhappy with existence. Sure. You aren't happy because the Sacred Yak doesn't reach you. We can give 1 extra square of nice ground there. And possibly 2 of 3 of crappy ground. The crappy ground does not fix you there. Well then, go back to being normal ground. There is something to be said for moving the topiary there then. And applying our topiaries from the outside edge. That means you don't touch here, which means 2 more squares of nice, mediumly nice road there. That all looks good. I should probably move that up, road out this way, and try and be using this on the eggs, realistically. Or else road up there, so that it's helping the honey as well. Yeah, 2 extra honeys affected. But it would be better to do this one than this one. I can't conveniently do that one. Well, we could go like that. Slightly inefficient, but better. Aside from that you can't reach here. At which point, move it down even further. Now you can't reach that. It does have to go in the middle. Unless I'm willing to give this a really fancy road. Which you are making increasingly tempting. That would be starting one of those negative feedback loops I rant about. So our ultra-efficient ice would be increasing our ice production, which can lead to if one of the... It's like building a house out of cards, and if you accidentally pull out one of the cards, the whole thing comes tumbling down. I mean, we've got money. Let's just look at allowing this to be overly good road for what it does, really. It does make sure that everything touches everything. How far would you get this way, friend? Actually, not that far. Okay, that's disappointing. But it means that I don't have to worry about that. Which is nice in its own way. These could probably be swapped. That lets us fit in another. Good job, DMBCK. Yeah, that one could go there. I mean, we have got the spare butter. We are about to run out of cheese, so I should at least do that one. Now we're back up to a nice cheese surplus. You complain that you don't have the Yak Guardian. And we were looking at moving the topiary to you instead. And seeing if we could apply the topiaries from the outside edge. There actually works really well. Then so does where you are. Is there a reason for swapping them? Not that I can tell. The last one is you. We were looking at if we could squeeze these ones in. Yeah, that fixes some of it. And honestly there, you reach to here, you reach to here, you reach to here, you reach to here, and you reach to here. I see no reason not to shove in more people. You... The topiary doesn't quite reach you. We can zoop up the road to the topiary. That's not enough. We can trade you with there, then you are happy, and then this is free to be some other service thing in the future, maybe? If we ever need the incense, that could be the incense square again. For the moment, it can just be a not as nice and only level 2 artisan. Alright. Having gotten distracted by that, we were going to come back and look at this, which was going to set up yak utopias instead of these mediumly efficient yak things. So it's you. You need incense. We do have some spare incense, though not mountains of it. You need some honey. You are making eggs, not honey. And you could be honey. And I wanted to get these out of here anyway, because I wanted to wiggle these around to fit the gold mining. But let's just do some temporary honey there, I think. Or could you do the honey locally? No, because you want like 1 point something honeys. I'm not going to put 2 down for 1, so... What other options are there? You have spare honey, just not a lot. And lastly, rock salt. Now, rock salt we have to import. Which I guess can be your job. Done. 1 perfumery. And then, ta-da, we can go to ultra-efficient yak building. But these will not reach there. If you move one over, 4 of these could become 1 of these, and these could swap. Yeah, that works. You need to feed this, you need to feed that, you need to feed this, you need to feed that. And we suddenly have gigantic yak surplus, such that we can abandon the other yak zone. You are now entirely surplus to needs. This is using lots of these. I could try using the yak-based movement instead of artisans. Done. You are the same functionally as honey here. Yeah, they like honey and eggs the same amount, but honey can be produced more effectively here than the eggs, so the eggs should move over there. And this could become honey. Do I then move the honey around via artisan or via underground tunnel? Is a question. Oh, sorry, the eggs. I'm going to be lazy and just delete and copy rather than moving them one at a time. It is a slight waste of money, but it's a lot faster. $40 artisans on moving these eggs. That's definitely a number. Alright. Invalid transport route from those eggs. Fine, those ones can move legitimately. Now these need to wiggle around to this line so that there's space here for the gold mining. But these actually kind of work better on vertical lines than on horizontal. So there's some advantage to that. No, sorry, other way around. They do work better on horizontal. Well, that sucks. Could just erase everything and build it from scratch. The other thing is we were looking at using this ice here. Because this ice is now surplus. Hey, Alapana. And getting 25% extra gold out could be nice from these. Let's just import bread and erase their cheese for the moment. So... you... That actually does work suspiciously well there. Bread. The only thing is I'd kind of like to move the bread around via this. Well, actually, just having another import site is also okay. It doesn't use up that much more space. Yeah, let's do another import site is our answer. So you now get bread that way. You turn on. 32 bread is quite a lot of bread. Apparently there are 600 of these. There are. You and you are wasted space at the moment. Become more tax-paying citizens. That makes it so tempting to push you to here. But it uncovers them. But we could do there and here, and that would instead allow all of those. Okay. Tiny surplus of eggs. Let time pass, money accrue, and set up this gold mining. Avalanche. Oh. You do need to sell all of the ice for the mission. So we will need to make more. It's non-optional. Well then, here would be the next logical place to do that. We were thinking of doing it here. Because of these ones. Also, I did the wrong thing. It's meant to be one of you that I wanted here. So that minimizes the distance that that is carting. Or we could put it here. And actually it fits surprisingly well there. So now you send to this. We need to be bringing 6 incense over to here. That's using a lot of people. In fact, moving both of these that way is using a lot of people. So it might be worth creating a tunnel. So close to being able to fit a tunnel there. Could we change where this is? Yes, but not too further down, which is where I'd actually want it. We could also move the wood in via tunnel now. And put the wood where it's more effective to collect in the high ground. Yeah. Yes, this breaks everything, I understand. But these are twice as efficient up here. And it gives us space back here. Done. Which then means we have space for this underground tunnel. Which was going to be you. And then instead of the perfumery and the sacred ice maker there, we make a underground tunnel out to somewhere like here, or here. Probably there. Incense to you, you to here, and you to there, where it's a lot shorter distance and uses like a third as many workers. I'm unconvinced that you need to exist. Alright, these two gold mines. We just got the extra ice production. You. Can I have a third one of these? No. We could do another. We have got the ice for it. And this space already... Actually, look at that. That fitting there kind of means that it's destiny for that to go there. And then we don't need you at all. You feed that, you feed that. This feeds you. This feeds you. Yes, these move slightly. We can make that more efficient, but for now that works. New problem, we don't actually have spare incense anymore. But, by moving this out, we've made more space here. There's no reason we can't have more incense. We would need another herbalist. Like that. You feed this. The magic wood that we now have excess of feeds you. You go to that. And once again, all is well. We kill off that shrine. That provides 12. Which supposedly I'm using it all, which I don't believe. Yeah, there's 6 spare now. But that means we can now make both of these super ices. Which then you can provide this and this, which means the other super ice doesn't need to move over from over here. You no longer do that. You only send to the trading post. We look at what happens when the sacred ice economy collapses, like I said, when you set up the feedback loops that can collapse. And instead, it's there, and soon to be here to enhance this. It's probably worth spending really nice road on this. Somewhere approximately there. You get the rest of the magic ice. These now produce absurd amounts of gold. That gold becomes money. That kind of makes me want to blow up some of those houses. You aren't going to do what I need. You need to become a fancier one. Boom. Massive amounts of minting money. Alright. We could still even have one more beyond that. Money is kind of no object at the moment. Good, good, we must keep going. I really don't understand why you... Ah, here you are. Oh no, it's she. It's what I feared. I heard you took offense to each other and stopped working together. Have you lost your minds? Just wait till the capital hears about this. They'll have you flayed alive. Turned into feed for the yaks. You know what? I'm thinking I'm going to let you talk this through and check on our cheese production. Provide enough people with cheese, already done. And that's why you'll now get to work and see this expedition through to the end. Why am I not making myself clear? Yes, yes. Good, then get moving. Notify me when the matter is resolved. Or better still, don't show me your faces at all. Goodbye. Aren't yaks herbivores? I would assume so, yes. That was brutal. I told you I don't like the way our state officials are handling things. No matter. We need money to buy resources for the temple. Get minting money. I've got 5 times as much minting... Well, 4 times as much minting money as we need. Do you realize the poor conditions in which yaks must work in the mints? This constant jumping messes up their balance. It's a shame. Because... Wait, jumping? Oh, I haven't actually looked at the mints. Apparently they're running seesaws. Because they'll be jumping for quite some time. We need the money. Relax. I'm sure we can do something to recompense them for their efforts. Yeah, the yaks are running seesaws to work the gold mine. Mint. Provide yak utopias. Well, I'm one step ahead of you. We've already got 3 of the things. And how's that, dear cattle? Ready to continue providing us with tons of money? Moo! That's the spirit. We can use these funds for something useful. Let's buy everyone butter tea. Yaks as prison guards? Mints. But there is also yak guardians. Alright. Provide 800 people with butter tea. Who wants butter tea? You want butter tea a tiny amount. You want butter tea a lot to vary. And you want butter tea a lot to vary. So importing it like here and giving it to these 2 makes sense. But we're also kind of so rich now that we could give everyone all the kinds of food. Like both of the import foods. Which would help reduce our amount of space we need to spend making local food. So I am a little bit worried by... We've almost used up all those new yaks. These guys need yak guardian. And then I am out of yak. Kinda should be there. Which has the upside of letting us move that road. How much incense would you eat? Because I have 6 spare at the moment. 8. Which would collapse other things, so no. Not unless I build another incense. Which... There's no way to fit another incense in here. Not unless we move the making herbs away. And that would use more yaks, which I don't really want to do. Let's continue to look at you. You're now happy with your yak guardians. You would like food. We're meant to give you the new butter tea. And if we give you butter tea, we can probably drop our this and this a little. Butter tea go. It's probably going to need to be like 30. At least that met the objectives. Three extra happy people. 2 extra happy people. 2 extra happy people. Now, if I got rid of the academy, we would need to give you textiles. How many textiles would you eat, and how many do we have spare? We only have 12 spare. How many would you eat? Let's test. Give you an Amazon. We can also give you the fancy roads around the middle, at the very least. There is probably where it should be. How much blanket would you use? Oh my god, you would use all the blanket. But we can make one more. Done. So now let's move you out. Because I don't want you... Pause. I don't want you influencing whether they think they're upgradable or not. Yeah. Now they're missing one, so either gong, mandala, or decoration. No, it must be education type. Religion, so they really want gong. I'd rather do gong than incense. There's just too good. Okay. It doesn't reach you, it doesn't reach these, and it doesn't reach these. Slightly nicer roads to there. I don't know why that affected you, it really shouldn't. Slightly nicer roads to there, to there. I really thought that would get to you. That shouldn't have affected that direction either. Hail, Cal. Welcome, Cal. Welcome, Raiders. You join us on what claims to be the final map for Laysara. Done. That got the Amazon distribution center to reach all of here. I kind of want to move these over. And then change where the road into the monastery goes. There. So what isn't touching you? It's not Yak Guardian. It's probably Praying Space. Yeah, Praying Space. These need Praying Space. Let's look at extending normal road to here. Pretend that this was full of people. See what reaches and what doesn't. Yeah, a whole bunch of nothing is going to reach down into this corner. So this corner should be services, ideally. But that gong is already here. They do want decoration. So, like, you could happily be topiary. We do need praying space. That doesn't really improve. There, but since there, it's only like 2 tiles forwards. It might even be more sensible to erase that. Push these over one. And make that the road. Yes, because food touches there. That gives us maybe a bit of space there. We'll see. How many more spare blankets do we have? 6. So we could afford to upgrade these ones. What's keeping them from being happy? It's probably topiary. Yes. You needing one is a bit... ugh. What about tiny tree here? If I move that praying space over one... does it ruin things? No, but yes. But we could give that slightly nicer road. Then that can be crappy tree. If crappy tree moves, only you aren't affected. And honestly, if we gave slightly nicer road... damn. What if we go full fancy road? There we go. Now our topiaries don't reach here. But a crappy tree there would probably do a lot. I mean, it gets 3 people. Why aren't you happy? You aren't happy because you aren't in range of gong. I can't really give you gong in good conscience. Well, it does affect 4 people. Still, that needs gong so much more. Although it also says, please build mediumly nice roads at least to there. Realistically, it actually says swap those two. Build mediumly nice roads to there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and this zone's topiaries. Well, that would do a lot. That looks best. Okay, that's up, down, monk attack space. This guy would like slightly increased prettiness. So would you, but you're looking increasingly like we kill you off. Alright, what would they need for the next one? They say give us incense or bust, basically. They only want enlightenment from here. So, mandala and incense, or mandala and scholarship. Like, some combination of these. We're not going to get... The Summit Temple is the last thing we do, so we've won once we clicked that, I think. So that really means these are now limited to level 3. Because I don't want to move my scholarship back in here. Yeah, that'll do for the moment. We've got a nice monk surplus. We do not, however, have a yak surplus anymore. And the rest of my yaks would have to be only mediumly efficient yaks. I do have the spare normal workers to turn this back into normal yak. There are still 2 gold mine spots here that aren't being used. We'll see. I don't want to use this for yak. I want to put yak on high ground if I can. Because that's where hay is the most efficient to make. But we are out of high ground space. Do we need any of the other... Like, if we put it in there, could we also justify, like, making beer or something for these guys? Because they do want beer. They want beer, utensils, and ornaments. We can trade for the ornaments, even though it would be eye-wateringly expensive. We don't have copper. So I don't think we can do utensils. Yeah, copper is... Copper is not a thing for us. Well, let's just accept our tiny yak deficit. Perfect. I bet many citizens are close to upgrading their housing. No, we can't import it yet. Maybe they're going to send us off on another place to get copper? Do we have to bother with that? Can't we just build the temple? Our people are an element of our divine plan, which makes it our responsibility to take care of their souls. Also, for raising the summit temple, we will need lots of workers. Have lots of high-level housing. We're already there. Done. What next? Are we ready to start raising the temple? Not yet. It will be a monumental endeavor. We need to prepare detailed plans in a monastery. A monastery? Why don't we just build 2 while we're at it? Great idea. Let's make 2. We'll import rock crystal and maybe it won't be that bad. Have 2 researching monasteries. It does let us save space on the academy. But, oof. More butter tea, you say? Because we've upgraded our monks and they're eating more, sure. Done. Now the eggs are massively overproducing relative to you. So we can turn off... We could turn off 1 more egg, but it's only... Nah, it's fine as is. Now... Currently we were using crystal here. So this makes sense for doing the painted cedar. They want us to run 2 of these, which needs 12. 12 is 3 of these. 3 of these is 6 crushed rock. 6 crushed rock is 2 of you. Basic rock to feed the crushionators. And just a sec, I hear a doggo whining at the door. Alright. So we've got the crushed rock now. We need 2 more herb for you. 2 herb go. Oh, no, they need 2 rocks per, my bad, so we need 2 more. Okay, there's the crushed rock. Into a local redistributor. Now we need more wood. I feel wiser and wiser about having made this zone. Wood. 16 available. That should be plenty. But that means we need to actually get it out of the underground tunnel network. So you to here, you to these two. The crushed rock to you two. Actually got a surplus of 4, which means we don't need one of these. But we do because we actually needed 3 of these. But that means we no longer have any available wood. So we need one more wood source, which will not conveniently fit. We could adjust the walls on our monk zone. Really makes me want to delete that. We might yet need that space, so we'll leave that alone like that. Unless we can fit you up there. Which we actually almost could. Yeah, we could. Kill you. Move you there. Which lets us move... I was going to say you there, but actually... No, you would need to go one higher. Can this bridge move one square down? No. Well, then we'll just block this off and deal with not having this space for the moment. We'll work out how to do it better later if we need to. That's enough wood. You can run that. And then all 3 of these need to get across to... academies. Our yak deficit grows and grows. Let's deal with at least a little bit of it. Actually, 3 is the magic number. No, 4 is the magic number, and I'm an idiot. This gives us 16 possible wheat to work with, which would be almost a full beer. But realistically we would need 2, not 1. I think. Really? No, you can reach that good. That deals with the yak's shortage. Let time pass and money accrue. Why do we have a road that goes there? For no reason. Sure. Just trying to leave that space to maybe process more money. Can legally work. Just need lots of exit roads there. And there's no way we move that all that way without tunnel. Let time pass and money accrue. I could produce a little bit of that wood locally, maybe. No, it's not high ground. Avalanche, but... I thought we... What? What? These absorb 1. This reduces it to 1. Why doesn't that work? Well, that's horrifying. Why didn't that work? Do we need another? And to start with, we're gonna have to just Mr. Plow all this away, so... Go. Maybe you aren't enough. Ugh. That's gonna do its thing. I don't get why that didn't work, though. This should absorb 1. This should be lowering this 2 to a 1. Yeah. Avalanche Inducer reduces it to 1. Maybe it's that this does need to be a blocking thing and then this needs to be slightly further away. How are we going to give you... this? And are we even going to give you this? That looks really quite good there. And this one would look good there. Let's look at that. Yeah, actually that one alone basically reaches the whole space. Yeah, I'm sold on you. And you know what? Maybe we don't move that. Well, let's just have a look at how much it would cost to move both ways. If we move it the inefficient way... how much does it cost? $16? That's going to be 32 by the time we're moving both. Versus 80 axe. I think the yaks are less important to us, so we would prefer to move it that way. And if that means working out a way of doing more... No? Why aren't you happy? You don't have a praying place. Yes. Then go there where you are happy. Where can we put the teleporter? I don't like how we aren't using that component of this space efficiently. But I don't know what else we would even fit there. I guess some eggs would fit there. But they don't eat eggs. A whole lot of eggs would fit there fairly nicely. We could also fit eggs back here. And then teleport them there. That would also free up people for this. Because this wouldn't need to be spending 40 artisans yoinking that across there. Oh! Okay, the avalanches got stronger when I wasn't watching, is the answer. So this is just level 2 power now. Well, it would be 3, the bell takes it down to 2, and then these take it down to to, in theory, 1, but 1 is still an avalanche. So either we need a second bell, which I don't know if the bells stack, or we must give you some sort of further level of blocking. Okay. At least that makes sense now. We give up on that 1 gold source. And instead squeeze eggs back here like we said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of eggs. 20. That's as many as you eat. This could all go away. Also, that means this one is now stronger, which means this is no longer adequate to task. Which means we need a bell here. You need slightly better road. We could also bring that wall in. Well, let's look at what we wanted. So we wanted bell. I know, we don't have the X for it. Why can't I put that there? There must be a road tile. There. There. Yak deficit dealt with. Our bell decreases you to 2, which means that now works again. Although it hurts having a wasted square. Could we test how far away... The bell would work slightly further away. But that can't be that far away. Okay. Then I like that way. We were looking at setting up eggs along here. These kind of want to swap. Okay, let time pass again. This might also give us the space we wanted to set up. Our way of getting the incense, or no, the painted cedar in. Although it's eating into the egg space. In fact, it might be possible with that road to get you to supply directly. Yep, we don't need a middleman. But then where do we put the other one of this? Like, I want to put it somewhere like there, or maybe here. So that I don't have to move the good. This thing should also go over here. If I move this bridge to the bottom... Damn, I thought that would let me... squeeze in the trade post. But not quite. Well, what we can do is, now that the first one of that thing is powered, we can do that, and then we can kill these. Then they don't take up hideous space. Then can I squeeze that trading thing? Not really. It could go there. So which one isn't working? You're working, you're working, you're working, you're working, you're working. One of these must be being double fed. Yeah, you're being double fed. So that one now goes there. Then that road could come here. Don't actually need that bit. Now this can be there, and we can see if... Currently, that uses 16. Yeah, that's 6 less. And it saves space there, where space is more valuable. Those guys would now be the maximum level happy if they have a mandala. And we have space here. So we could get some of them max level happy. That is also not exactly terribly useful space. I could lose 2 houses there to try and give this zone a mandala. Butter tea shortage. Import more. This now needs better road. All the way to you. Even more nicer road. Even more nicer road. Done. Slightly more nicer road. Alright. I'm amazed that you're touching everything, but good for you. And then it was extra copy of this. Here. Two more house. You say food no get here. Why are we suddenly using a hideous number of extra yaks? Because we're moving more honey? Moving more honey would make sense. Ah, no. We use so much honey that the perfumery has died? Yes. There's our answer. We use so much honey the perfumery has died. There we go, now all is well again. Maximum level monks. 500 spare monks. Let time pass. The Mr. Plows do still need to do their job, and I would like our money to be full. Why is tech going down? I mean, I don't think it's going to get in the way of anything, so we'll allow it, but... we were looking at maybe building the other one of those here. Because we were supposed to have a second one. There would legally work. Just you would be weird. It's a pity that that's off by one. No, I can't get what I want to happen there. We can kill you and put the other monastery here. And that way I don't need to move. You go to here. You go to here. Some of it goes to there, the rest of it goes to the tunnel. Got a little bit more space here for Lord knows what. We could, in theory, make... some more local herbs. That's about the only thing I see. Yeah. Alright, we're ready. We need to make ornamental cedar. Lots of ornamental cedar. We could manufacture it here, but ornaments, well, we'll need to buy them. I'll lend you a hand with that and sell you what you need. Lend a hand, you'll be charging an arm and a leg. Take it easy. We can always mint more money, but we may need to use ice altars to mint enough. Mint even more money, says the game. That coming online means we can kill that and free up more monks. This Mr. Plow... Oop. There's another avalanche somewhere. Ah. This needs a honking thing now. True. Maybe we just put up with that being slightly under-snowed. I can fix some of it. I think that will let me fix... legally that one as well. We'll see. We definitely don't have the yaks for another honking station. We need more butter tea. Really? There we go. Finally we're back into surplus. Now egg is overproduced. We had thought about putting eggs here. Say I put that there, how many eggs could we fit? One, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5, 6, and if I move that wall in, 7, 8, 9. 40 eggs is a lot. It saves a lot of space here. It wouldn't let me kill off this one though. But if we gave these guys an extra food type, we wouldn't need as many eggs. And we were looking to make local textiles here. And we kind of need to do these guys next. We're running out of lowlanders. You're using many, many, many of the artisans to move this cheese. I guess the monks are eating a lot of cheese? Yeah, the monks are eating a lot of cheese. So we should change to this being at least partially teleporter, ideally. A teleporter would actually fit there really nicely. I'd have to work some other place for you. Nine, 18, 27. If we're only moving 6 of this, it might be worth allowing it to move via artisan instead. I can test that idea once Mr. Plow has done his job here. Okay, new problem. How do we give you even more protection? We can't. Not unless we erase some of this. Can we change where this bridge is? Yes. Not that it matters. I think we have to. I can't have this constantly being snowed in. Feel bad about moving these couple out of the way. Actually, do I leave the road as is? I did need more... Like, if we were going to create beer... I would need some log. So turning this into log isn't entirely crazy. Rather than doing that... can't get the road to go around there as well. So it might need to go around and back. It does need to go around and back, which means you getting here... I could put you further along this way. There's nothing saying you can't be there. Or even there. Then this could be here. I think that has to die. So awkward. You need a road. I don't know that that's enough. The other option is put the honk here. That's apparently too far away. Yeah, that's too far away for the honk. The honk must be there or there. Maybe we don't need that bit of road. That's just getting so awkward. Damn it. Yeah, I am willing to spend a little bit more giving that slightly nicer road. That lets the food get to you too. Maybe we give up on honking this and put tree. This, then tree, and then one row of that. Because I just don't see how I get road to this and have this conveniently. Oh, I didn't realize that could go over the road. Well, then that changes it. If that can go over the road, my problem is not a problem. So... And the honk can go back there. This can go back to the corner. Done. I don't know where these live when they're not currently active. I probably just rebuild them. Ah, they can stay there for the moment. Well, the other thing is I kind of want that for housing. Yeah, I kind of want that for housing. Food doesn't get there, you say? No. Slightly more egg. The water isn't getting to you. Really? I would have thought that would get the water to you. There we go. Now your complaint is... the Amazon distribution center doesn't get to you. Really? Fine. That's so much work just to get you happy, but done. So you are happier than them because this reaches you, but it's never going to reach this corner. We just accept it. Similarly, Taxman not reaching you is kind of unacceptable. This is the long distance one. It's using 12 yaks, so we would be better off teleporting. So one there and one... I could move all of those over one. As long as we give slightly nicer road to part of that. Then you could be here instead, which allows for another teleporter here. That's not saving that much distance. Here it would save more distance. You aren't needed for that anymore, though. Kind of want to put it there. So close. Yeah, no. We are Super Bloob? G'day, Strezzo. I did a little bit of playing the new mode yesterday evening, and I didn't find it all that ultra hideous. Give you the cheese. We don't need you. It's not meant to be cheese, it was meant to be honey. Oh, it's actually meant to be both. The food not touching you isn't acceptable. If that gong was here, it wouldn't do enough people. Also meant to do the honey. I have spare monks. I can afford for you to die. That to be this. That to be the honey. So now instead of this needing 12, we say... and we kill off this. So 12 becomes 1. Much more manageable. If we really wanted, we could even turn off that 1 by using a local redistributor thing. Yeah, like there. If we ever really need one more yak, but not the workforce... I'm okay with losing that monk for that. I'm surprised we didn't run out of textile, but we've got 3 spare. We're very good for monk, we're reasonably good for artisan. We need to do lowlander. Let time pass. See if that fixes. We also wanted to assess whether we wanted to make this egg. So say that was there. One, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. These don't need fancy road anymore, either. Just a sec, Doggo is, wants in and out again. Doggo dealt with. Cheers all. Unpause. Mr. Plow is doing his job. Still got space for a teleporter here. We were looking at adding in those eggs. But what we really wanted to do is these peasants. So what do the peasants want? The peasants want super tapestries, which we can't make. Because we don't have oh, actually we can make super tapestries. But we don't have enough spare normal tapestry. Do we have spare crushed? We do have a little bit of spare crushed rock, so we maybe could do that. They would also like cheese, fish, honey, smoked meat, butter tea. They would super like Yak Guardian. That's easy to do. this goes away. Yak Guardian do. That's pretty much everyone. We give at least the main city square the nice roads. That pretty much gets the Yak Guardian everywhere, except that house. Now they super demand food, food, food. So they do want cheese and they do want honey. Legally, I would be better off moving those here and that there. I'd also be better off erasing these two and moving you there. So it's wiggle these around. Because now the honey is in range of the ice altar. So we have extra excess honey. You'd be better off on this side. We can have 2 more excess honey. I mean, legally, I'm better off actually sending more directly to here. Another avalanche, where? Here? Well, I guess... Found out the extent that Mr. Plow will do his job, which is not as much as we would like. But we can't fit him anywhere here to fix it. Your cat's throwing a tantrum because you won't give her some noodles. It looks like these are unnecessary. If I instead put you there, move you to here, make a tiny amount of this road extra nice, a little bit more, put you here, and tell you to instead copy these. We could delete this. And then Mr. Plow can live there and fix what we don't deal with naturally. Yeah, that looks to be the solution there. Oh, why is 2 research levels? You need to give to that. You need to give to that. There we go. Fixed. Alright, next. You would like honey. A little bit. We have spare honey. We have at least 21. The possibility of more. We have at least 30. Pretty much. Time to give you the honey, which means you need a teleporter. I'd kind of like to put it there, or there. There is also kind of nice. That one's hard to beat. I think you die, friend. You, honey, give. Honey reduces our egg dependence, which means this now massively overproduces eggs. That didn't work. Okay, that didn't work to our great unhappiness. Fix. 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 We will try fixing that again once that's done. Now for you, I kind of want to erase that and instead deliver those eggs by teleporting there. And here. But realistically, this almost eats all of those eggs, so I should leave that alone. And I have artisans, but I don't have yaks, so you're actually kind of fine at the moment. Mr. Plows are doing their jobs. I don't want to enhance you, but I need to enhance you if I'm going to do this gold. And I should be making more use of this sacred ice altar. We wanted to finish leveling up these. What's the next step for that? Cheese. And then gong. Well, we've got the monks for gongs. That looks too obvious. Let's give you medium roads. Here and here. At least to there. That should make it reasonable to put these down. Possibly one more square. But this might get eaten by the space for the sacred ice altar buildings. Cheese, fish. No, it has to be cheese. Do we have spare cheese? No. Could we diversify your food? Yes, we could give these guys bread, which would give us spare cheese. We could give you bread, which would give us more spare cheese. So... where did we import bread? Here. Do we teleport the bread, or do we just use another one of you? I think we just use another one of you. We'd love it mostly to be here. And we can do that, and then the station there, so okay. Bread. Rip our money. There's a fair few artisans, I'll give you. And we need how many more? 10. Done. Now that will have reduced the honey and the eggs need. Yeah, we massively overproduce those eggs now. And we actually have surplus cheese. Something like 14 surplus honey. And the honey's only going to get better as we give you the cheese. I like the idea of moving this over 2 more. It still reaches everywhere, but lets us put down the cheese. Now we need more cheese. Can't deal with fish. And there's no salt here, so we can't do the meat. No, we need... We desperately need more cheese. So I think we do some local cheese. Or we give you... one more of these, seemingly. So you go to there instead. We give you one more of those. One more pretty much would do it. Beautiful. The monks don't have access. You barely have access. How are they getting just the right amount, though, then? Because the cheese is coming in two directions. No. That shouldn't be a thing anymore. All the cheese should come from the teleporter. Okay, and now we have precisely one excess. Perfect. Aside from the fact that we are using too many yaks. $23. No, we do still need a bit more. So, some local is going to happen here. Where have those extra ad hoc yaks come from, though? I suppose we did create, like, 2 extra teleporters. I could convert you back to artisans, because I don't have the yaks. Maybe that lets us squeeze in an extra honey if we end up needing it. Got excess. So I'm tempted to instead make this more cheese. How many excess honey do we have? 21. So that's 2. You go away. Yeah, you live over here for the moment. We also need to give more people with access to Gong, says the game. So that should probably be our peasants. Yes. then, like, that one. That one? Actually, that one makes more sense. Especially because the cheese is only going to get consumed more as we level those up. This didn't work. You two have to die so that he can go there, so that he can fix you. That's still in excess of honey. Although that's going to go down as we level up those peasants. So actually, maybe we leave these like that for the moment. Do this. So those of you not serviced by this gong are now declared sacrifice to the sacred altar space. So all of this can be for you. And then this needs to make us some cheese. And maybe a little bit of textile. Because they wouldn't mind textile. Even if only a little bit. So... yeah, look at that sudden yak surplus. Although that's because all of these gold mines aren't operating. Actually, that's so many yaks. And yet the game wants us to do even more. Kind of worth getting rid of these for a teleported eggs now. They honestly use not that many eggs. Which re-invites us to do the eggs there. For the moment, let's fix the yak shortage. You do this one. They can do there. Yak shortage dealt with. We can go back to building the cheese. Okay, we've run out of food. We do need the cheese. We can design the cheese here. There's 2 of you. It goes to a local redistributor. That can supply multiple cheeseries. That would like the road to be 1 square up. I'm okay with that. We've got enough for 1 more. That would like the road to be 1 square up. I'm okay with that. Almost get it to be there, but not quite. That road serves no purpose. You're fine there. Move you up. Move you up. Yeah, that works really well. It's just a case of getting this to touch them. Almost that one as well. You temporarily here, you temporarily here, you there. You can now touch that. Okay, and then we need to get all that cheese to you. In fact, if anything, that's a little bit too much cheese. Boom! Double the cheese that it actually needs. Okay. Massive lowlander surplus. What's your problem? No praying space? No praying space. Here, have one from the corner. Does that mean we can get rid of that one? Not really. Fine. We could also do fabric, and we wanted to. I'd need to delete one of you. 2 of you. I kinda don't mind moving that now. That can go there without causing issue. Then these guys become intractable. There's no way they're going up to level 4. I cannot give them fish, smoked meat, and buttered. Like, I can't give them 2 of these things. I could give them butter tea. That's the only one I could give them. But I'm not going to be able to give them fish and the other thing. The fish is cut off because of the baths here. Like, the one single bit of river we have is... It's not sane to use for fish. It's much better to use it for baths. So then there's no point in giving them textiles. Would I want to give the rest textiles from there because it's more efficient to produce? I mean, we only have a surplus of 3. They don't want textiles, and they've already fully leveled and all have textiles. So no, the textile production can actually die. Which means this can go back to being housing. Which means you can go back to being here. That road can exist again. We can have 2 more people. Okay. You're complaining because you'd like slightly more of this. But we overproduce the cheese. So honestly, we can turn that off. Let time pass and money accrue. That's fine, it's why there's a Mr. Plow there. How many eggs do you consume now? 29. How many eggs do you consume? 16. Wait. If it's 16, then why are these supposedly not in surplus? Oh, you're just oversupplied. So we could lose 2 of those. If we wanted. And then you... These guys will never eat eggs. So we only need 16 plus 30. 36 eggs. Technically, this does all we need. So this could go and become a... something else. I'd rather use this space for the eggs than up there. I'd rather use that space up there to try and do more yaks. We were trying to work out how to decrease this again, but I don't think it's really possible. I think we just have to live with that. We have to Mr. Plow them away sometimes. Which then means, why even spend yaks on that honkening? Money on this protection. Doesn't do anything. Similarly, that protection no longer does anything. This one is the only one that we're going to have dealt with. Honk 2, 3. Alright, we're rich again. We needed to do what to make them happy? More minting. We have enough that we could turn off you and you, which means we have one surplus of you, which refunds 4 yaks. That's enough to set up our egg teleportation. This one doesn't want to be the right level anyway. And with just a little bit of extra nice road. There we go. So now this becomes egg teleportation instead of that way, which means we kill you, we rearrange that, we build the teleporter, we shove them all into the teleporter. We get them out of the teleporter. We have an excess of 11. Which is so close to getting you. We wanted it the other way around, if anything. We want eggs from there, so that this space can become more gold mining. And/or more yak. So instead we allow you... It's another teleporter. A pity that that's off by 1 square. It cannot both accept and receive eggs, which is sad. So instead we'll do it the other way. Everything goes to you like normal. But then any excess you have goes there. Could we fit more by changing that? No, that's about optimal. And that now means that we no longer need as many here. In fact, we can almost get rid of all of these. We would only need 2 more. Yeah, I'd only need 2 more eggs. There's 1. And you know what? You can die. There's 2. This is no longer needed. There is a tiny egg shortage. There. In fact, I'll put that one here instead. And that way there's still space for a Mr. Plow, because I expect that, yeah. Otherwise Mr. Plow coverage won't be enough to fix everything. Okay. Now this becomes extra yaks and gold mining. Yak surplus. Yak surplus becomes minting. That road goes around instead. Maybe even up the inside edge. Yes. At least fits one of the minting. And there are enough free squares, but they're just not in the right places. Oh, that works. The issue is that these don't reach. One of you can come here, that road could continue, and then these can swap with those. Done. And you say you can't reach there, but then we just build 2 bit of road there, and then everything works. The only one that doesn't work is that you now get double fed, which means you need to feed that one instead. Done. And actually that looks really nice, the way the Yak Utopia is surrounded by grain fields. Isn't it sufficient to make them homeless? No, they stop existing entirely. It kills them. They go migrate to one of our other locations if you want to say that they don't get killed. They migrate back to one of the other colonies. Okay. And that is enough yak. We need 1 more pair of mining. You can afford to be turned on all the time now. Nope, we're not using you. You would get in the way of delivering food there. We are okay with getting rid of some of this. We only need 1 more gold mine. Okay. You to this. That to 2 mints. Except there's no space. You're kidding. Can I squeeze in some of our yak production elsewhere? Like here. It's more efficient here anyway. Ideally, we'd like to set up 4. There's not going to be space for 4. But we can move that wall in. that gets us up to 3. But yeah, we're not going to be able to fit 4. There. That means some more of this space can be sacrificed. You should feed that one instead, which makes space there. And then we can fit the minting. Same deal, doesn't really matter. Done. That should be enough for buying the ornaments. Does that mean we can finally... Yes. Let the construction start. We will build the greatest summit temple the world has ever seen. Not only the world, the spirits will understand. They will have no choice but to help us. I can't wait. Let's get to work. Holy... Make 16 extra incense, 12 ornamental cedar, and 20 butter tea. The butter tea isn't so insane, because we did have spare butter here, especially if we turn this on. But there's no salt here. Am I forgetting? Is there salt? We can't import salt. Game? Ah, it's just import butter tea to do it. Okay, well, that's fine. Sure. Where is the Summit Temple thingamajig? Where is the base station location? I would have thought that it's here. Or possibly there. Yes, here. Or here. Oh, come on, that can't fit there? That's sad. You can. And you can. No, it might be... Well, I want to move that there. But that's not allowed. So... Do I get told off if I stop minting as much? No. Maybe we just kill you then. That's a solution. Mint less. Ah, you can also come over here now. Okay, we have to change who's doing what. You're doing that one. You're doing that one. And then you're doing that one. That means enough space for the base station. Right. There was also space for a lift station here. The economy looks better than in the previous, yes. Hundreds of spare, almost everything except yaks. Yaks are a little bit tight. And good money. Ornamental cedar, butter tea, and incense. Well, butter tea is trivial. We just say, buy more. Ooh, avalanche. But Mr. Plow, it cripples our economy while it's happening. But Mr. Plows do their job. In fact, let's speed up till that's done. At least in a reasonable amount. There, that'll do. Now it was 16, no, 20 butter tea. Well, that's a lot of money. And then you to our base station. It says please use yaks instead. Fine. Maybe. Is any of this moving via... None of this is currently moving via teleporter. We would have to work out how to fit the teleporter in. The easiest answer is move the mandala over one. Killing 2 monks. Well, that also kills a topiary, so it functionally kills 3. There's a road here just for giving you a praying spot. It looks like that isn't strictly necessary. So now that's to you. And then teleportation spot. There's still 14 available. So apparently we can dial this back a bit. There. 1 in surplus is nice. Mr. Plows are doing their job. Butter tea done. Incense. I kinda don't think there's really much capacity for building more incense. But I don't think I need this to be turned on. Yeah, 6, 12, 18. 18 is going to the Sacred Ice, which we need for the end goal, because we're not allowed to not export it. Some is to the Perfumery. The Perfumery keeps us in yaks. And the rest are going to these Sacred Ice, which are also needed for the objective. And keeping this one running. We cannot afford to turn this one off. Or our food supply becomes hideously negative for cheese. And our commodity supply becomes hideously negative. No, this must stay on. At most, we could maybe live with that becoming normal ice instead of sacred ice. That would save us 6. Let's test that theory. Then mean you need to go all the way over to here, which we don't love, but it's for the testing. And so that means... that we could dial back, like, you. This is why I hate the ice altars. You're the higher priority. Whilst this is happening, do we run out of cheese? And do you run out of cheese? No, do you run out of cheese? Yes, but only ever so slightly. And what about fabric? Tiny deficiency of fabric. No, I think that's acceptable. That saving of incense is worthwhile. You no longer exist, friend. This now needs slightly more ice. You are sending to this. We can get rid of one of these. That gets us up to 12 of the required 15. The lazy way would then be to use one of these to boost the rest. Which would work best if we produced our herbs elsewhere. There's some space for herb production here. But maybe just making the extra incense over there is more reasonable. You need slightly more ice. You don't need as much. We can turn you off. And then these guys service the trading post for our mission objective. So yes, we go disable murder you. You stop. Fortunately, that means you need a yeeter. You yeet across to here, which is a huge and unpleasant distance. at least it's not very much. The other thing that was feeding you can die, which was an incense maker. But the incense was coming from the tunnel. So now we have 12 incense spare. We only need to make one more. That sucks that you can't fit there. Let's look at the Tetris that we can play. Which isn't very much. There. Maybe that's slightly better. It does let those two squeeze in nicely. Yes, now we just need to get you out. You go to... there or there? I think there. Now there is 24 available. We just have to get it inside of this. I'm not teleporting it, so no, I went to the wrong thing. I should have sent this to you. And then we say, you send... well, actually, because apparently it comes out of the tunnel. Yeah, okay, no, I was correct. I was correct. That's wrong. Wrong. You do send to the tunnel. And then the tunnel teleports to over here. And it goes into a yeeting station. And then that yeeting station sends to up there. Okay. 12 ornamental cedar. Mm. Three of these? You expect me to fit 3 of these? You're insane. How much spare normal ice do I have? Two. 2 is a weird amount. Okay, now we have plenty of surplus. That is so much, though. 3 of them. At least we don't have to do the production chain of the ornaments. We just buy the ornaments. That said, our money is starting to look terrible. Although it will look less terrible once the Mr. Plows have finished their job here. I can't actually get that to be better unless I use a redistributor. But we can afford to lose a honey. It might be possible to do. Like if I back you up to here. These would all need to be in range. Now it would need to go from you. You would actually be better off there if I can manage it. Then you say you can't touch that. I can't realistically move that. It's increasingly tempting to just delete one of these. Causes a tiny honey deficit. The most tiny of honey deficits. Like, if I could find a way of shoving you in over here instead. Yeah, maybe I, like, kill 2 artisans to have another egg. The egg becomes this... We get 1 more of you. That keeps us fine for blankets. Or... There, that gets us the extra egg. Without ruining you. We still, in theory, have a little space there. Alright. Lastly, ornamental cedar. With what space? We will need you. I think the most realistic space is over here, because we can afford to lose a bunch of these houses. And it might be possible to place something inside of that thing's range still. So let's kill off some of you, make space. If 2 of them are in range of this, then I can get away with not building the 3rd. Yeah, if 2 of them are in range of that, I can get away with not building the 3rd. So, how do we go about causing that to happen? Like that. You won't quite reach? Oh, I had more of this than I need. So maybe this moves here and these move there. The deleted praying space can be reinstated. That looks good. We don't have a cheese deficit. We in fact have a massive grain surplus. We can dial that back. Cool. You aren't needed. These become the thing that we were just trying to build. Ornamental cedar hoe. God, it's a huge building. Done. They're in range of that. That works. You get a eating station. Okay, we need to import the serpentines, the ornaments. That fits there. They need to be locally redistributed. That fits there. Done. We need 4 painted cedar. Twice. Which is made by you. Which is made... Originally I thought it was there. But I guess we ended up making that over here. Yeah. So I'd like to move you away. I don't think we even need that anymore. We might get told we have to do it again for the mission. So... Laziest answer is blowing that up. Oh, it doesn't do what I want anyway. Well, I feel stupid. Well, I guess we just see if we can live with it being gone. Yeah, that's fine. 2 levels of that is acceptable. What we do want is this to be more efficient. Which means... some extra ice from you needs to go here. Which means we now have the spare painted cedar. Yes. But we also need to yeet it. So these days you go here, 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 there. Sorry. And that works. And then those two output to you. You output to here. We are 9 negative. We build one more house. We win. And that's negative whilst the Mr. Plough money is still... We'd be 500 richer if the Mr. Ploughs had finished their job. How are you sudden... Oh, that's just slightly more food. The extra person is eating more. Yeah, but who cares? Yeah, that was much more reasonable than that other tiny map. Another temple, all nice and shiny. But the mist is still here. It didn't work again.
Hey, where are you? Stop hiding in the mist. You were supposed to get rid of it.
Ah, but were we?
Of course. How is the kingdom to survive in these toxic fumes?
You're right, it cannot. And that's exactly why every remaining citizen needs to move to the mountains.
People, animals, and crops are above the mist at such altitudes.
We've established multiple thriving cities up here, and we'll continue to do so.
He's so
Everyone
British.
will find a great place to live here.
And from now on, Laysara will be known to everyone as the Summit Kingdom.
Alright, GG. Campaign completed. Achievement unlocked. Laysara's Savior. Complete the campaign. You've completed the story. However, you can continue growing your kingdom in sandbox mode. You can switch between towns at any given movement, and trade resources now without restrictions. There are also additional mountains. Building summit temples will unlock the remaining mountains. So there's post-game? Yeah, there's post-game. There's post-game! I didn't even know there would be post-game content. But that is it for now. We have beaten New York City. We have beaten the campaign of Laysara. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you had a lovely time. Maybe catch us for the post-game. We'll see.